Old Shoe has become a member. Hello all DD, please consider subscribe or chat again please. Sticky Frog has become a member. Robin donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Spit on that thing. Mary62 donated $20 through Super Chat. Tie for the continuing streams.
a hint of what the value of being accepted in the region by the moderate Arab world is. If you look at an alignment where Iran and its proxies are on one side, and Israel and the West, the United States, are on the other side with all of the moderate Arab countries, it is a much stronger place to be. Now, I think there's a pathway still to accomplish that. I think that even in this difficult moment, there's still a serious conversation with Saudi Arabia about normalizing relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. I don't think you can get there if you don't also have a pathway for dealing with the legitimate interests of the Palestinian people, not Hamas, but the Palestinian people for a better future. Now, I've heard people say, how can you do that? How can you allow the outcome of October 7th to be a victory for Hamas getting a Palestinian state? I actually don't believe that anything that I've said would be a victory for Hamas. It would be a defeat for Hamas if there were actually normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. It would be a defeat for Iran. And I think if you have a demilitarized, autonomous governing body where you're actually able to have a future that provides for security and dignity for the people of Gaza and the West Bank, that is a safer future. Now, I know that's hard now, right, at this moment. But I think to call that a victory for Hamas, it has it backwards.
Sounds very worrying, what you say. Because I would like to ask you, what will happen if we continue the war in Gaza? There is no way out in the north, and maybe there will be confrontation that is unprecedented, not unprecedented, but very, very challenging to say. And then Iran, one day, will cross the Rubicon and develop military nuclear capability while not having the alliance with Saudi Arabia and all the important things you mentioned. What is your vision based on your long experience?
I don't see how a future of endless war is going to make a better future. We haven't talked a lot about the hostages, but let's talk for a minute about the negotiation for a hostage release and a ceasefire. Why is it so critical? First and foremost, you have people who need to come home to their families. It's just a human issue that has to be resolved. But strategically, if there were a hostage deal and there were a ceasefire, it would open a doorway to a discussion with Hezbollah, Lebanon, about avoiding a war. It would open the doorway to finishing the normalization discussions with Saudi Arabia. It would open the doorway to strategic steps that could make the rather dark question not as likely to be the future. I think that the challenge right now is we can't give up on trying to end the war in Gaza in a way that leaves us positioned to win the strategic future. None of that will work if there's not a day after strategy for how to govern Gaza. It's one of the reasons that we've said for months now, it's already late. You need to be thinking through how there's going to be civil order, civil administration. We've made it clear we think the Palestinian Authority has to be part of that. Leaders here have made it clear that it's only if the Palestinian Authority is reformed. There's only one group of people who can do the work to make civil order come back. And we've got to figure out how to get those people to work in a way that meets everybody's needs. I think that's possible. It's hard, and having security conditions that permit it is probably the first and hardest, challenge you have to get over. But you have to be able to talk about it. You have to be able to work through these issues and solve these problems in a meaningful way. To look at a future, where Iran's worst instincts shape the future is not a good future. We have to look at creating a better future.
There's a very worrying declaration by General the hierarchy, sorry, and in the military hierarchy of the United States, that he said, I think yesterday, that maybe in case of confrontation with Hezbollah, we would not be able to accept the same efficient support by U.S. or something like that. What we need to understand from this declaration, because based on my experience, the declarations are not made by some without considering it first, let's say.
Look, I think we've made clear that we continue to support Israel and its need to defend itself. We've also made clear we think the right course of action is try to avoid a war in the north, and that's why Amos Hochstein has been going back and forth between Lebanon and Israel, and he was just here last week. We're going to continue to try to pursue diplomatic outcome, which is, I think, closer than people think in terms of most of the issues. We just are not at a point in time where there's the kind of quiet in Gaza to permit that to get to a completion. So I think that is our objective. In terms of our commitment to defending Israel, I'm sure you noticed this yesterday when CENTCOM announced that one aircraft carrier was leaving, the Eisenhower is leaving. It also announced that another aircraft carrier is coming, the Teddy Roosevelt. These are not small things. Moving an aircraft carrier group is a big deal. And I can't tell you exactly what is going to be available when. That's a complicated technical set of issues. But we've made it clear that, we think Israel has to be able to defend itself. Does that mean we want a war? No. Does that mean we're urging it? We're urging a diplomatic solution. That is our preferred outcome. We think it's the best outcome for Israel, the best outcome for the region, and the best outcome for the United States.
The last question is, do you have any, let's say, optimistic vision about the situation here in the Middle East based on what we have just discussed?
Well, look, I actually think the fact that when you asked me where does wisdom come in, and I described a strategic vision of how this war could end in a better place, that is optimistic. It's not without hard decisions. There are hard decisions that will have to be made, but it is an optimistic vision. I think Israel's resilience is a source of optimism. I'm new to diplomacy. I'm not new to economics. Israel's economy is coming through this war stronger than many people thought it would. That's very important. The future is going to have a lot of challenges. And I think to be really optimistic, the United States and Israel as partners can succeed in almost anything that we work together on. And I believe that. And it's why we have to make sure our countries stay close together and not allow issues to be created that create daylight.
The last question is a personal one. How do you enjoy your service based on your long career in the most important functions in U.S. government?
Well, I would be exaggerating if I said this is what I expected when I accepted this appointment in July last year. I thought I was coming into a position where the number one objective would be completing a Saudi normalization deal while I was here. I'm committed to still having that be the objective.
Mr. Ambassador, I would like to thank you as Ambassador of the United States. Personally, it used to be my privilege to be, let's say, to be part of our unique cooperation between the U.S. and Israel. I need to share with you that, again, it's our unique relationship. It's a major pillar in our national security. I cannot imagine our future, our security, without this. I call it iron, not iron, steel dome. What the United States is giving us is so various areas of national security, of military cooperation, intelligence cooperation, international arena, and so on and so on. So, Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for, it's a great honor to host you here, and I feel optimistic that as long as you are here, we will be in better position. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege
Craig Casleman donated $5 through Super Chat.
Their homes and murdered them systematically in cold blood. The hope of Israel's founders was that Israel would be the place where Jews would never have to experience this again, where they would be safe. On October 7th, this assurance was shaken to its core, not only for Jews in Israel, but for people of the Jewish faith worldwide. It was important for me to come to Israel directly after October 7th in order to understand this trauma, to meet with relatives of the hostages like Yoni, to sit in this situation room in Netivot, forcing myself to watch the horrific video of October 7th atrocities, to see, to understand, and to make sure that in everything we do, we help to prevent Hamas' cynical terrorist playbook from succeeding. I've been to your region, this region, 10 times in 9 months. And with every visit, my concerns have been growing, that we are slip-sliding towards a dead end altogether. This is why I'm thankful for the invitation to your conference, because I believe we can only prevent this altogether. The security of the State of Israel is paramount for my country. It is part of the raison d'etre, as Chancellor Angela Merkel put it when she addressed the Knesset in 2008. You have heard that many times from German politicians. But what does this mean today, in this time of anguish? It means standing up for Israel's security when it's under attack. On October 7th, to ensure that on October 7th must never happen again. It means, in my belief, saying very clearly that Israel has a right to defend itself like any other country in the world. Hamas wanted to destroy Israel's security, but also Israel's legitimacy. Hamas has started this war, and it must end this horror. Hamas must release all of the hostages, some of whom are German citizens. Hamas must cease its attacks on Israel. It's Hamas who has sought to spark a regional escalation with the help of its international backers. Standing up for Israel's security means reiterating this message again and again, particularly when talking to those who are cynically seeking to move the focus away from the atrocities of October 7th. This also means that Israel has a right to defend itself against Hezbollah's relentless attacks in the north. It's Hezbollah who started this violence on October 8th, forcing tens of thousands of Israelis from their homes. No country in the world should have to accept that. All Israeli citizens, from Rosh Hanikra to Metula, have a right to feel safe in their homes. UN Security Council Resolution 1701 must be implemented, full stop. This requires Hezbollah to completely and verifiably withdraw from the blue line. We are extremely concerned about the increase in violence at the northern border. I will pay a visit to Beirut tomorrow again, exactly for this reason, where many also do not want another war. Together with our partners, we are working hard on finding solutions that can prevent more suffering, the risk of an unintended escalation and of all-out war is growing by the day. The utmost prudence is therefore required. But, ladies and gentlemen, Standing up for Israel's security today means more than standing up for its immediate security, its right to self-defense. It also means making sure that Hamas' strategy, its playbook, does not succeed. It means to helping build a future in which Israelis know that their security is not something temporary and fragile, but that this security is lasting, that they can rely on it. When I say that the security of the state of Israel is paramount for my country, it is this lasting security for all Israelis that we strive for, that guides our thinking and informs our action. A future in which children from Sderot and Kiryat Shmona can return to their homes, their schools. A future in which Israelis won't have to fear rocket attacks from Gaza again and again. A future in which Israel can prosper because it is at peace with its regional neighbors.
Status Quo donated $5 through Super Chat. It isn't a lot of money, though I appreciate you as well.
Iran poses to Israel's legitimacy is deterred with the help of Israel's international partners. No one believes that this can happen overnight or will be easy to accomplish. Lasting security might sound like a faraway vision today, but that should not deter us. If we were to throw up our hands in resignation, that would mean hell. What I want to do here today, after all the talks I've held in the past weeks and months, is to share my thoughts on what elements I believe are crucial to pave a way forward for Israel's regional, its political security, and how we can counter the efforts to delegitimize it. In my point of view, 4 elements are crucial for that. The first and most important one, from which all the others derive, is that lasting security for all Israelis will only be possible if there's lasting security for Palestinians. And at the same time, lasting security for Palestinians will only be possible if there's lasting security for Israelis. One is not possible without the other. Pursuing the vision of a 2 states living side by side in peace and prosperity remains the best path towards this lasting security. I know that is not a popular opinion with everyone here in Israel, maybe even less so today than before October 7th. I'm aware of that. And who am I to tell you what's best? But as a firm friend of Israel, how could I not share my concerns and ask, what is the alternative for a future in which all people in your region can live without fear of constantly recurring violence? To a vision that can ensure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state. What's crucial now to build lasting security is to find ways to stop the violence in Gaza, to end the fighting permanently. This has been the focus of all my talks here in Israel, as well as with our US, European and Arab partners. Hamas has been cynically using civilians as human shields. Yet, we equally know that, also when it comes to self-defense, the restrictions imposed by international humanitarian law, such as distinction, precaution and proportionality must be respected. That's why we must address the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. According to UNICEF, at least 17,000 children are now orphaned or separated from their parents. And as much as it was crucial for me to watch the video of the atrocities of October 7th, it was and it is crucial to me as a human being, as a parent, and as a foreign minister to see the pain behind these images from Gaza. How often, after my conversations with Yoni, did I ask myself, what would I do if October 7th had happened to my family, to my daughters? And how often in the last few months did I ask myself, what would I do if my children would be without me, my husband, in Gaza? These images from Gaza are traveling the globe, sparking strong emotions in the Arab world, but also in the US, in Europe, in my country, everywhere. Disbelief, sadness, anger. And as a friend of Israel, I want to be frank. This anger is not helping Israel to meet its security needs. To the contrary, it only serves Hamas' cynical drive to provoke further escalation. That's why we have emphasized from the outset that Israel must exercise its right to self-defense within the framework of international humanitarian law. This is what distinguishes democracies from terrorists. That Israel's military operation targets Hamas and not civilian population. We have also pushed with partners like the US for humanitarian assistance to reach the people, the children in Gaza. Because we don't want Hamas' strategy to succeed. And we don't want Israel to lose itself in the war. What it is and what it stands for. Or, as a mother of one of the Israeli hostages said to me, it does not bring back my own child if a Palestinian mother loses her child in Gaza. Humanity is indivisible. That's why in all international forums I have refused to only speak about the suffering of the people on one side. I strongly believe that it makes us all safer if we see the suffering of the other, if we take the needs of the other into account. It is this humanity that makes democracies stronger and safer. And that is my second point. Israel's greatest strength and its best protection is its humanity, its commitment to democratic values, to international law and human rights. Looking back at the past 9 months, what has struck me in the incredible resilience and humanity of the people of Israel. After October 7th, people from all backgrounds, Jewish, Muslim, Christians, others, rushed in to help, opening their homes, providing support. It shows how incredibly strong the Israeli nation is when it stands together. Israel's democracy is diverse and vibrant. Israel's strong democratic values form the backbone of this nation. I have to admit, it's particularly in this knowledge of Israel's democratic strengths that I find certain reports disturbing. The allegations of mistreatments of detainees from Gaza, not only at that time and site. Reports of how extremist settlers in the West Bank are brutally driving Palestinians from their homes, far too often without being duly prosecuted. And very recently, reports of how certain members of the Israeli cabinet push for financial destruction of the Palestinian Authority and measures which would further entrench the occupation of the West Bank. These reports are so disturbing to me because they do not reflect what I believe unites us as strong democracies. The knowledge that we are strongest when we uphold human rights, international law, when we rally around these values, united at the heart of the international community. That, I believe, is key and brings me to my third point. Lasting security will only be possible together with partners, because isolation is the enemy of security. I see and I share the frustration at the fact that many in the world refuse to condemn Hamas for its atrocities. We have spoken out on this relentlessly, particularly at the United Nations. But we have also seen in the past weeks that partnership is and remains indispensable. We saw how Israel's regional neighbors helped to avert Iran's aggressive drone and missile attack on April 13th. This was a glimpse of what might be possible in the region for security cooperation one day. We see how international partners, through the UN, Mission UNIFIL and other instruments, are seeking to prevent further escalation at the border with Lebanon. We also see how the international community and Israelis' Arab partners in particular have rallied around the desire to help end the war in Gaza by putting proposals on the table. The plan that President Biden presented based on Israelis' proposal and that was endorsed by the UN Security Council, by partners from the Arab world, from Europe, from the Americas, Asia and Africa, is a clear path towards that goal, towards a ceasefire, towards the release of all hostages, towards lasting security for both Israelis and Palestinians. And like many of the participants here today at this conference have said, we urge Hamas to accept that plan. And we count on Israel to stand by its commitments. I'm aware that not everyone in Israel approves President Biden's outline. Some call for continuing Israeli control of Gaza, for a war that goes on indefinitely. But I want to ask in all sincerity, how would an endless war help the security of the families who want to return to their homes in Sderot and Kiryat Shmona? How would it end the suffering of the relatives of the hostages? And how would more suffering in Gaza bring more security to Israel? Israel has achieved real success in its efforts to destroy Hamas' military capabilities. And crucially, Hamas is now facing a situation that it always wanted to prevent. Israel's Arab neighbors have come together to contemplate a better future for the region, ways to create security for Israel and Palestinians. This is what we should build on. And that means, and this is my fourth and final point, that we need to take a realistic look at the shape of a future of Gaza. A Gaza where Palestinian women, men and children can live in dignity, without fear, and crucially, a Gaza from which Hamas no longer poses a threat to the existence of the State of Israel. We have spent the last weeks engaging with our international partners on how to move towards that future. Most urgently, how do we end Sinwar's and Daesh's reign of terror in Gaza? What kind of governance would come after that? How do we finance economic reconstruction? How do we ensure these efforts are not exploited to build new terrorist structures? Eventually, it's clear that Palestinians must assume security responsibilities for all of Gaza. But until that is the case, Israel needs to be certain that its security needs are being met. This is the question we have to answer as an international community. With our Arab, US and European partners, we have been considering these issues, asking how an international presence could project security in the interim. What does Israel need and what do the Palestinians need? And as international partners, what should our respective responsibilities be? What would each of us be willing to contribute? As a country that was able to grow its democracy after World War II, through and only by the help of its partners, we know how important a broad and long-lasting international commitment, especially security commitment, is in such efforts. Just as our partners were there for us then, we want to be there for you today. We are grateful that our partners, our Arab partners, are driving this conversation. They've been explicit. Without a roadmap towards a Palestinian state and without assurances that this will be the last war in Gaza, they will not start investing in Gaza's reconstruction. This important message deserves to be heard, including in Israel. We have to consider their vision together with what we Europeans, Americans, and others are willing to offer. And it's clear, I say that also to all sides, women need a place at the table on these peace negotiations. Because we see that all around the world, peace treaties do not last long if women, which is everywhere in the world, in every religion, in every country, form half of the societies, are not included. If we want the PA to eventually assume a role as the legitimate governing authority in Gaza, it has to actually be in a position to do so, with civil servants who are capable of providing public services, with a private sector that can help to meet the enormous humanitarian needs, and, crucially, with police and security forces that are properly trained to ensure safety and public order. For that to happen, the PA needs to reform. But the PA also needs adequate resources. to take on this enormous task. It's therefore counterproductive to withhold the funds the PA is entitled to. When the salaries of teachers and doctors are no longer fully paid, this has dire consequences. In the current situation, it is dangerous and, I believe, self-defeating to destroy and destabilize established PA structures. I say this with a particular view to the West Bank, where the illegal expansion to settlement projects is doing exactly that. To build lasting security and stability, Israel needs capable partners it can rely on. A reformed PA should be such a partner. Israel's regional neighbors should be such a partner. We are such a partner who also knows that the path towards lasting security will be very, very difficult. But coming back to the beginning of my speech, throwing up our hands in resignation is not an option, because that won't end the pain of the hostages' families, and it won't end the suffering of the innocent children in Gaza. Hamas' cynical strategy must not succeed, so that together we can work towards a better future. A future in which security is not fragile but lasting, because it's built on the solid foundation of humanity, international partnership, and the premise that no one is safe unless their neighbors are safe, because your lasting security is paramount to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I would like, first and foremost, to say that all your words with respect to the hostages was very important for us and very moving, and that I think the policy of Germany, the attempts of Germany to help us in getting all the hostages back home as soon as possible has been outstanding, and it's very much appreciated on this side. You were one of the first foreign ministers, if not the first foreign minister, to visit the hostage headquarters, and it was very much appreciated. In terms of the different issues that you raised, and obviously the very complex challenges that we're going to face in Gaza, and also in reconstituting some sort of political horizon between Israelis and the Palestinians. It was interesting before that the ambassador talked about, if there is a Palestinian state, that it would be seen as maybe a prize to Hamas. But in a way, I think, the idea is that if there is no political horizon between Israel and the Palestinians, that would be a victory for Hamas. And that's why I think the words that you spoke about, the very complex reality, post-war reality, was so important. And one of the things I wanted to pick up on was how you see, given Israel and Germany's very close relationship, how you see Germany's contribution to the various dimensions of the day after, including the security aspects.
I think friendship can be measured not on the sunny days, but when the wind really blows into your face. And I mean, I'm a generation who had this great privilege in Germany to live all my life, being born in Western Germany, in a democracy, in freedom, in peace. But obviously, my grandparents' generation had a different time. And I could only live in peace and security, and this is why it was important for me to relate to it in my speech, because others were there to help my grandparents' generation to build a democratic state, to give us security guarantees back in time. I mean, we still have the allies in Germany for all my life and even longer. And this is, for me, an obligation to stand with our friends when they need us. And obviously, this is a very difficult discussion. I've also the privilege to have one of my colleagues here from the German Bundestag, from our biggest opposition party. We discussed it intensively also in the German Bundestag. What does it mean to give security guarantees? Because I've been faced with discussions also in the European Union to say Israel just has to stop. And my answer was always, but we have to find a pathway that there's a chance that the IDF can withdraw. And if we do not find an answer how we can guarantee as an international community that the 7th of October never happens again, I cannot sign any resolution, and this is why Germany voted very often differently than other partners. And the discussions we had and the question you came back to today at the European Council for Foreign Ministers, we discussed, for example, as a first step, because obviously these are all small steps, about UBEM, the EU mission, which has been already in the past at the border crossing of Rafah towards Egypt. And how we can ensure that with European support to do training for border guards, but also to guarantee the security of the border, how could we give some security there that humanitarian goods can come in again and that the checking really works and Israel can rely on it. And then building on that, if we do have a humanitarian ceasefire, if we have a situation that we can work on this pathway together, the discussions also with Arab partners, international security guarantees before a reformed PA security structure could take over is, in my point of view, an international obligation.
Thank you. Let's move on, because you'll be going to visit Beirut, and you may know that in the last few days the anxiety in Israel has kind of almost reached fever pitch in terms of the possibility of a major escalation in the north. And beyond that, obviously, one of the key factors that we faced over the years, also in great cooperation with Germany and the other EU3 and the United States, was the issue of Iran. And earlier in the meeting today, we talked about how Iran has got to a higher level of enrichment than it ever has, probably has been dealing with weaponization, has been orchestrating this axis of terror in the region, which threatens not just Israel, but also our Arab neighbors, and also how they've colluded with Russia in terms of the Russian attack on Ukraine. So I was thinking, how do we, I mean, we have so many things that we have to face in a multi-front war, and the issue of Gaza and the whole way of getting the Palestinians and Israelis back to a pathway of peace is very critical, but I think also the issue of Iran and obviously Hezbollah are very key to our concerns at this point. And how do you see Germany playing a role in that?
Well, you discussed it here, but it's crystal clear that obviously, and the ambassador said it also beforehand on stage, in a situation where there was this normalization pathway, it was especially Iran who wanted to do everything to prevent that. And that the 7th of October couldn't have happened with support from others. So therefore, the question of partnership is so crucial. And it was this moment when there was a support from regional partners when Iran attacked Israel, to show that it's not Israel being isolated, but it's Iran. Mm-hmm. We see it also in the Red Sea, that obviously the attacks from the Houthis, again backed by another actor, are attacking the whole international order. Almost every country in the world world with regard of the trade. And speaking about this, singling it out, making clear who holds the responsibilities of crucial importance, again, at the European level, we passed different sanction systems with regard to the Houthis and the Red Sea, but also with regard to sanctions targeted directly to, for example, the Minister of Defense from Iran, and also within the EIO with regard to the nuclear enrichment program. Recently, we underlined in another resolution that we are aware of the escalation which is coming from there. And as you have outlined also the ties with regard to Iran, with regard to Russia, with regard to North Korea, obviously, and this is why I feel the obligation, we are all in this boat together as democracies facing a situation where systems would like to destroy our way of living, and this is why we have to stand against this threat united.
Absolutely. The Minister's willing to take a couple of questions from the audience, and please, if you could stand up and identify yourself, please.
Hi, Gil Tamari. I'm a fellow research member here at the Institute at the Reichman University, but I'm also known as a TV reporter for Israeli TV 13. Honorable Mr. Minister Baerbock, Germany is known for standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel for many years, but Germany's position on the ICC's warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Gallant has not been clearly articulated like other European countries. So my question to you is, will Germany comply with these warrants, or does your government intend to ignore them as the Israeli government expects? And regarding your coming trip to Beirut, what kind of diplomatic leverage can Germany bring to the table in order to prevent a full-scale war between Israel and Hezbollah?
Well, thank you for your two questions. I will start with the first one with the ICC, and I'm thankful for this debate here, because this is a difference than speaking on a TV show also in Germany, where you only have 30 seconds, but the world is so complicated, and because it's not black and white, to have a bit of time, and this is why I was relating to the question of democracies facing a world where dictatorships and other terrorist regimes want to destroy a liberal way of living. We believe in the international law. This is the best security for every democratic state, and this is why we believe in international order, the rule of law also internationally. Germany was one of the countries most engaged in the establishment of the ICC, because for this international court it holds up the international order. And this is why I made very clear that we do respect international courts as we do respect in our own democracies our own courts. On a political dimension, I also underlined that the way this has been addressed, putting Hamas and an Israeli government in the same sentence, was more than counterproductive, but we do not interfere into court cases. And I want to make also very clear, and this is why I said it in my speech, I believe in the strength of democracies, and I believe that democracies differ from terrorist regimes, because if there are questions with regard to the breach of law, we do have our own courts. And I heard that there might be investigations also here in Israel on the question of the situation in Gaza. I know that there's also a debate within the IDF, and we do have the international International Court, International Criminal Court with Israel relation. If they are investigations in national systems, then the court plays after. And this is why we do not interfere, because we believe in this judicial systems, and we do believe in democracy in my country and the democracy in Israel.
But will you follow such warrants?
Well, currently, it is up to the different system parts of the International Criminal Court to review what has been proposed. And as I said, we do not interfere, because it's a strength of democracies to have the division of powers. This is not bypassing. This is, in my belief, respecting what we are preaching our children every day in classrooms, that democracy is not cherry-picking, but democracy is built for difficult times. The second question with regard to Lebanon, and this is another thing which I'm the first female foreign minister, and maybe, and this is why I'm also so strong on having women at the table. Sometimes you might look different and things. For me, it's very important to come to a country, coming here, but also to going to Ukraine, speak with the people to understand, because sometimes these are the most important discussions you're having. I've been not only with the hostage families, I met also with the families which have to be resettled from the northern borders. We met them in the hotels. And understanding, again, having my two daughters in school, that in summer the new school year comes, and obviously thousands of families have to know whether they stay in the hotels, in the new schools, whether they can come back to their homes in northern Israel is a crucial question. And then going to Lebanon, also speaking there with people, asking the same question. It shows me again that there is the strong wish for not having another war. And this is why I'm going there again, speaking with different political actors, which is obviously in that country very difficult because there is no government which has the full power and control at the situation, but to make very clear that the danger of escalation by accident is high, and that therefore we have to need to strengthen UNIFIL. The efforts Hochstein is doing in that regard is very, very crucial to prevent that we have a second war front.
One more question, if anyone. It's very difficult. Yes, please. If you could get it. Could you wait till they give you a microphone? It'd be good to just hear the question.
I'm a bit excited, so I will read my question, and so my English will be better. Did you hear about the day after the war forum that is suggesting very, I think, very important suggestion about calling the Hamas to surrender, and in addition to establish to promise the Palestinian people that the control over Gaza Strip will be transferred to a temporary government framework that will be established by the signatory countries. And what they mean, what we mean signature countries, it's the US, some of the Arab countries, and the European, some of the European countries that will take control over Gaza, maybe a bit like what happened after the Second World War in Germany, and then not including Israel, and then trying to bring us and make the region start new.
Well, thank you very much for your question, and I've heard, if I understood correctly, maybe not from exactly that group, but we do have this group consisting of the American foreign minister, the German, and also a couple of Arab foreign ministers, and we are discussing exactly that since month, how can we find a solution that Hamas surrenders? And this is what I want to underline again. It's Hamas who started this war. It's Hamas to end this war. And this is why we also discussed and challenged partners here in the region, but also at the UN, that they have to pressure on Hamas to lay down its weapons, free the hostages. Unfortunately, obviously, we have not come to that day. And under this ongoing attacks from Gaza, for example, this is why we did not support resolution which only focused on the situation of the IDF and ignored what Hamas is doing there. This is not a solution for peace. It's in Hamas' hand to stop and to end this war. But it's in all our hands together to find a pathway after we have a ceasefire break, how we can fill the security gap. And you mentioned a couple of things. I mentioned it also in my speech, that we need different elements for that to guarantee that not Hamas structures are regaining power. I mean, we have heard already and seen these reports as well, that Palestinian actors try to support humanitarian actors to provide food, and Hamas was shooting again in their knees because obviously Hamas is also fighting Palestinian people in Gaza. So security guarantees are crucial, but for these security guarantees we need the partners from the region. We have all learned our messages also with regard to Afghanistan and other situations, that it needs an international alliance providing these security guarantees. You mentioned, if I understood correctly, without Israel. Peace doesn't function, in my regard, a situation where you can say we ignore the partners. And this is again why I had heavy discussions, for example, with some of our partners here in the region, but also in the European Union, why I said I truly believe that the two-state solution is the only way to bring peace for everybody in here in the region. But I will not recognize Palestinians right now because it's part of the peace process. It needs Israel and it needs also the Palestinians on the pathway. You cannot say we just ignore Israel or we just ignore the Palestinians. This is difficult, but I believe it's the only way how we can find out of this horrible situation.
Well, thank you. I think we've come to the end of the session, and I just want to thank you again for coming and attending and sharing your thoughts with us, and for being such a great friend of Israel. Thank you so much.
Doing about it. One of the things that we're doing about it is releasing this report with as much information as we can possibly gather. What's one of the things that we're doing? But the other thing that we're doing, which I think is equally or even more important, the State Department participates in the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force. This task force is implementing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And this act creates a rebuttable presumption that if there is any sourcing from the Xinjiang region of China, there is a rebuttable presumption that those goods cannot come in. They're kept at the border. And in addition to that, we, the State Department, along with our interagency colleagues, are adding more entities to this list. And it's really making an impact. So in addition to calling it out in the TIP report, we are implementing that UFLPA. Most recently, we put on a large Chinese seafood manufacturer that was just added to that list last week. And then we are also working with industry partners. I have personally spoken at the Chamber of Commerce, and because we really want our good industry partners and colleagues to monitor their own supply chains. Don't rely on us to do it. So we are trying to take a whole of government approach that is both reporting on it, addressing it, but also preventing it. So thank you for flagging that.
Thank you, Matt. Ambassador, the report highlights on Russia. The report highlights two particular groups of Russia's victims, Ukrainian citizens and the North Korean workers. On Ukraine, can you please put it into numbers? It says tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. Do you have a fair number for us? And how much of this finding will be helpful for ongoing ICC investigation on Ukraine? On North Korea, we just saw a lavish trip of Putin to North Korea. Are they acting in concert?
I am going to answer first your question about Russia, and you are smart. There are a number of concerning trends in Russia that we are tracking. Obviously, one of them is Russia's war against Ukraine and the increased vulnerability of refugees that are fleeing that war, especially women and children. So that is something that we are specifically addressing, both calling it out in the Trafficking in Persons report, but also targeting our international programming and targeting assistance to specifically Ukraine, but to the countries in Eastern Europe that many of those individuals are fleeing to. We are also really closely tracking Russia's forces, specifically using children for military purposes in Ukraine. We have noticed that there have been reports of children being forced to perform armed duty, as well as serve as informants and human shields. We are very concerned about that. For all children who have been taken, we know they're at extreme risk of trafficking, and we are calling for that to stop and for them to be returned to their families in the Ukraine. And third, you did mention, and one thing that we had flagged is Russia's war on Ukraine and the use of foreign fighters. Reports do indicate that Russian authorities, middlemen, private military companies, and Russian-affiliated forces are using coercion and deception and potentially force to recruit foreign nationals. We know that many countries have actually stopped visas so that their foreign nationals can't even go to Russia because of this specific concern. All of these things are highlighted in the report, and it is the result of their remaining on Tier 3 with a policy or pattern finding.
All right, we'll do one more.
And the North Korea part.
Very quickly, thank you for doing this. I have a question. You said that you use a broad formula definition, and I wonder if, let's say, these domestic workers that are sometimes contracted, let's say, in Southeast Asia and many places, to work in the Middle East, especially the oil-rich countries and so on, and sometimes, under dubious circumstances, and then they end up with their passports being taken away for years and so on. Do you deal with that issue?
I appreciate you bringing that specific group up. They, because domestic workers are uniquely vulnerable, even more so than other sorts of forced labor. Domestic workers are often extremely isolated. They're not working in a group with other people from their country or other people on a construction site. They are so very isolated. Their movements are watched. They don't have access to a phone to even call for assistance if assistance were available. So I appreciate your focus on this very unique population. Additionally, what we are noticing is that sometimes domestic workers are specifically excluded from worker protections that are available for everybody else. And this is something that you will see us call out in the countries where it is relevant for. And this gives me an opportunity to kind of brag on one more of our trafficking in persons heroes, Edith Morogu from Kenya. In addition to working on this for 20 years, has specifically worked with and even began her work really focusing on domestic workers, recognizing, as you pointed out, their unique vulnerability and their unique isolation. So I appreciate you keeping this top of mind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank
for
you,
being here. Okay. So before we turn to questions, I just have a few additional opening comments. On Friday, the Kenyan government announced the first MSS mission personnel contingent will arrive in Port-au-Prince during the week of June 24. They will depart Kenya tomorrow, June 25th. This is just the first of several milestones in the process to restore security and prosperity in Haiti. The arrival of the MSS mission marks the start of a first-of-its-kind mission. Requested by Haiti and authorized by the UN Security Council, this is a truly international undertaking. With the arrival of MSS mission personnel, we hope to see further measurable improvements in security, particularly with respect to access to humanitarian aid and core economic activity. This will help create the security conditions conducive for future free and fair elections. We applaud the Transitional Presidential Council's partnership with Kenya on this mission. We stand with the international community in supporting this historic effort to support the Haitian National Police in their fight for Haiti's future. And with that, Matt.
Oh, I think you said you had a couple things, like plural.
A couple comments. One set of remarks.
Oh, Kenya and Haiti.
A few comments embedded in that.
Kenya and Haiti, so two. Okay.
A few comments embedded in that set of.
Well, just on that, how many? I'm sorry, I missed that on Friday. How many are going?
I didn't announce it. With respect to the number, I would defer to the government of Kenya.
A dozen? 10?
I will let them speak to that. More than that, but I'll let them speak to specific operational.
Moving on to the Middle East. So the Secretary right now is meeting with the Israeli Defense Minister.
He is.
What is he telling him, and what are you hoping to hear from him?
So he is emphasizing a few things in his meeting with the Defense Minister. Number one, our ongoing commitment to Israel's security. Number two, the importance of Israel developing robust, realistic plans for the day after the conflict, plans that include path towards governance, towards security, towards reconstruction. We've obviously been working on these same ideas with partners in the region and engaging in conversations with Israel, but we think it's important that Israel put forward its own ideas. He's going to emphasize the need to avoid further escalation of the conflict. And then he will, as always, emphasize the need to improve humanitarian access, where we have seen somewhat of a slowdown in access in the south. And the Secretary is going to emphasize to the minister that we want to see that situation reversed, and he'll hope to hear concrete commitments from him to work on that problem.
Okay. And are you expecting there to be any kind of a result from this meeting?
Look, we always hope to make progress on all these issues when we have these meetings with our Israeli counterparts, and we'll look for that today.
Okay, so no.
No, yes, we look to make progress on all of these issues. We have, but that said, this is one of a number of meetings the Secretary's had with the Defense Minister, and we've had a back and forth with them about all of these topics. But in each of those meetings, certainly we hope to walk out with commitments for them to do more to address all of these areas.
Okay.
Yeah, the Israeli Prime Minister said that the fighting, specifically in Rafah, is winding down. The intense fighting is winding down. What have they told you specifically on that issue? Or have they given you a timetable or what have you? And what is your assessment of what that means exactly, that it's winding down according to Israel, and with the risk playing up north?
So I don't want to get into too much detail about our conversations with respect to these matters, but they have told us much the same of what you have seen them now say publicly, which is that they are getting close to an end to major combat operations in Rafah. And so I will let them speak to what that means and what future deployments will look like. But from our perspective, what it means is the importance of working on all these plans for the day after the conflict, because we don't want to see in Rafah what we've seen in Gaza City and what we've seen in Khan Yunis, which is the end of major combat operations, and then the beginning of Hamas reasserting control and reasserting activity in those areas. And we have been quite consistent that for there to be an enduring defeat of Hamas, there needs to be a plan for what replaces them. And what replaces them needs to be Palestinian-led governance. It needs to be realistic security plans. It needs to be realistic reconstruction plans. And that's what we continue to work towards with our Arab partners in the region, and as we continue to push the government of Israel to properly consider.
Thank you. The Prime Minister of Israel also said over the weekend, or claimed that the U.S. That Israel has seen a dramatic decrease in U.S. munitions to Israel. Could you explain to us what the Biden administration understands from his word decrease, and whether that's correct?
I don't understand what that comment meant at all, in the same way that I didn't understand the comments that we discussed last week when we heard them make similar claims. We have paused one shipment of high payload munitions. That shipment remains on pause. It remains under review. There are other weapons that we continue to provide Israel, as we have done going back years and years, because we are committed to Israel's security. And there has been no change in that, so I'm not sure what those comments refer to.
Can you comment at all on whether there has been a change in the amount or surging of weapons at the start of this conflict versus now, and whether that might have?
So I can't give you a kind of week by week, month by month outline of the amount of weapons. There are weapons commitments that we have made to the government of Israel going back years. We've talked about this some before, about how there are times when they order from us, pay the United States for, let's say just for example, 20,000, and they take delivery when they make the order of 5,000, and there remain 15,000, and they come back to us and ask for more. Obviously, they were making intense requests at the beginning of the conflict, and we were fulfilling those requests. They continue to make requests, and we continue to fulfill those requests. So I can't tell you whether they are lower today than they were in October. It may be either because they have requested less or they've run up against headroom. I can't give you that kind of sort of graphic description, but overall, the programs have not changed. We continue to meet the requests that they have made to us. We continue to meet our statutory obligation to ensure that Israel remains a qualitative military edge over other countries in the region, and that will continue to be our policy because our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad.
Do you have a specific response in Gaza? There was a strike overnight on a medical clinic, reportedly killed the director of the ambulance and emergency department. Obviously, there's been a lot of comments from the US about the importance of protecting humanitarian workers. Have you been able to verify anything about that incident, and do you have a comment on it?
So I don't have an assessment of what actually happened. This looks to be another one of these incidents where it's very hard to get at the bottom line truth, and it goes to the very nature of this conflict. So you have disturbing reports and videos from the ground. You have claims a strike on humanitarian workers, and you have the government of Israel saying that they were targeting a legitimate Hamas target and that there were militants in this facility hiding behind civilians. Obviously, militants should not hide behind civilians. That has been the case from the beginning. And Israel needs to take all precautions to minimize civilian harm. This goes to the problem of this, it goes to the very nature of this conflict and why it is so difficult, and the problem that Israel faces is so difficult, but again, it doesn't minimize their need to do everything possible to minimize civilian harm. I would just say this gets back to why we continue to push so hard for a ceasefire, because as long as you have ongoing conflict, you are going to face this problem where Israel is going to target legitimate military targets, militants. But sometimes those militants are going to be in close proximity to civilians. And as long as that is the case, you're going to continue to have these tragic incidents, which is why we want to see a ceasefire.
Just specifically on the Defense Minister Gallant, he's talked about in some of his public comments a phase C in the conflict. Is there a joint understanding of what that means? What is phase C?
I will let him speak to what he meant by that. Obviously, we talked to them about what their military operations look like, and we talked to them about when they transition from one phase to the other, and how they hope to get to a point where they're not in major combat operations, where they hope to get to to a place in Rafah where they are in the north and where they are in Khan Yunis, where you don't have brigades actively on the ground engaged in day-to-day combat. But in terms of what they mean by that, I think it's appropriate for letting them speak to.
There has been some comments from Israeli officials talking about, over a long period, but talking about the future security arrangements in Gaza. You talked a little bit about the sort of post-war future. I wonder, is there an agreement between the US and Israel on what that might look like? Who's actually going to be in charge? In the meantime, when they seem to be moving towards that, you've been talking about this as something that's going to happen, off in the future. But if they're actually moving to that situation, I think you've said before, you don't want to see the Israelis reoccupy Gaza. Isn't that kind of what we're heading towards?
So there is no agreement. We do not want to see them reoccupy Gaza, which is why we continue to push for an alternative to that. And you've heard the Secretary say this, that absent a plan for security in Gaza after the conflict and absent a political path forward, you will end up with one of two things. One is Israeli occupation, or two is this state of anarchy where Hamas can reassert control. And neither of those are acceptable to us. We don't think either of those are in Israel's interest, obviously, either, which is why we continue to work on plans for an alternative proposal.
Following up on that specifically, Netanyahu said over the weekend that there's the possibility that Israel would need to establish temporary military control over civilian life in Gaza. Is that something that the U.S. would temporarily support?
We oppose military control. Look, they have temporary military control now, but we want to see that end. We want to see it transition to a different security and ultimately transition to a reunified Gaza and the West Bank. Now, you're not going to get there overnight. There has to be a transition plan. There has to be a path to get there. What that looks like and when a different authority can take control are all things that we need to work out with our partners in the region and ultimately with the government of Israel.
Do you think he's talking about this for a limited amount of time, or do you think he's trying to talk about this for an extended amount of time?
I wouldn't want to speculate.
Okay, and then he also made comments that after this intense phase of the conflict in Gaza concludes in the near term here, Israel will continue mowing the lawn in Gaza. Does the U.S. know exactly what Israel means by continuing to mow the lawn, and do you support that if there's no ceasefire in place?
So I don't know what he means exactly by that, but I think it probably means continued military engagement in Gaza. And for us, that's just a recipe for continued conflict, continued instability, and continued insecurity for Israel. It is obviously extremely harmful to the people of Gaza, who want to be able to rebuild their lives and rebuild their homes and want to be able to chart a different future. But we think continued military action in Gaza just makes Israel weaker, makes it harder to achieve a resolution in the north. It adds to instability in the West Bank. It makes it harder for Israel to normalize relations with its neighbors. And so that's why we will continue to put forward what we believe is an alternative path that actually helps Israel's security, not one that weakens it.
And then just last question, you've obviously expressed U.S. concerns that Israel hasn't been fully focused on the day after conversations. Is that changing at all? Do you think Israel is taking any more seriously those conversations, given that they are planning to wrap up these intense operations? Do those conversations look a little bit different now?
They are a little bit more, they are somewhat more focused on it now. I think just by nature of the fact that they, by their own admission, are nearing the end of major military operations. So by nature, you have to look at what is going to come next. We want them to engage seriously on that. We want them to engage seriously with us on it. We want them to engage seriously with Arab countries in the region about it, because we do think there are ways to rebuild Gaza, to provide security for Gaza, to provide Palestinian-led governance in Gaza that ultimately will not just realize the aspirations of the Palestinian people, but will strengthen Israel's security. And so it's very much in their interest to engage in these conversations in good faith, and we will encourage them to do so.
Sorry, I had one more. I forgot.
Okay.
There are these reports of increased looting and gangs in Gaza, and I wonder who the United States thinks the onus is on to try and drive that down? I mean, is it the IDF that should be creating more law and order? Is there a body that can do that? Like, how do you tackle that problem?
So that is an incredibly difficult question, obviously, because it goes to the heart of what comes next. Who provides security for the people of Gaza who just want to go about their daily lives? Mm-hmm. And right now, in the places where Israel has conducted military operations but no longer is there on the ground, you do see this anarchy, and you see Hamas in some cases reasserting control, which is obviously something that is incredibly dangerous for Israel. It's incredibly dangerous for the Palestinian people. Just look at the ramifications of the war that Hamas launched on October 7th. They've been, no one has suffered more than the Palestinian people from that decision. So that said, we don't want to see Israel occupy and have Israel soldiers providing security, because we think that just increases tension. It's not going to make Israel safer. It's certainly not going to benefit the Palestinian people. So we are working on proposals with our partners in the region. I don't want to detail them here for, I think, obvious reasons. We'll keep those conversations now, but it's a very important question that we are working quite hard on answering.
And those proposals might have to go into effect even if a ceasefire is not yet in effect.
I just wouldn't want to speculate. We want to get a ceasefire. We want to work on the day after things. Obviously, we would hope that they would align.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me begin by asking a question that I've raised here for the past 4 years on this occasion. Today marks the 4th anniversary since the Israelis killed a cousin of mine, Ahmed Erekab, on his way to pick up his mother, and they kept his body. 4 years later, do you think that whatever he did not do anything, but whatever he did, warrants to keep a body and prevent the family from having closure?
So first of all, my condolences to you, Saeed, for the loss of your family member. I don't know the specifics of the case, but obviously we want to see every family be able to grieve for their lost loved ones and properly bury them and pay their respects.
But such a practice is not condoned in any way by anyone.
As I just said, we want to see every family be able to pay their respects.
And very quickly on your response to Simon, now you're saying that the Palestinians or Hamas, uses human or whatever, civilian facilities and so on for their own purposes and so on. Because this is the person that was killed, Dr. Hani al-Jafrawi, in the missile. He worked for the Ministry of Health, which is, a Hamas run, but he's a civilian. He's been doing this job for 35 years and so on. Does that make that clinic a legitimate target?
No, of course not. Yeah. What Israel has said is that there were Hamas militants who were also there and were operating out of there. We don't have the ability to litigate the claims, but as I said, that's what poses such a difficult problem for Israel in conducting these operations, which in no way lessens their burden, but it also makes it difficult in these situations to look at what happened and understand without having all the facts who is ultimately responsible. Israel's responsible for carrying out a strike. Hamas bears responsibility if, in fact, they were embedding themselves among civilian targets. And so it is very difficult in all these, which is why there is no simple answer, and you have to look at each of them and make determinations based on the facts of each case.
Over the weekend, we saw that the Israeli army in the occupied West Bank had a wounded Palestinian man strapped to the jeep and so on. So this is really, by the way, I raised this issue many times before this war, many times, because the Israelis have done this practice since 1967. I don't want to go into details of every incident and so on, but isn't that basically the army using Palestinians as a human shield?
So I will say we saw that video. It was shocking. The practice was absolutely unacceptable. Humans should never be used as human shields. The IDF should swiftly investigate what happened, hold people accountable. I saw the statement they put out that the actions were inconsistent with the orders those soldiers received, that it is being investigated and the people involved will be dealt with accordingly. That is absolutely appropriate.
Just a couple more issues, if you allow me. I want to ask you on the new legal powers of the settlers' facilities in the West Bank, and apparently annexation is underway under everybody's eyes and so on. So
you're referring to the reported actions by the finance minister. So we have seen the finance minister, who also is a minister inside the defense ministry, attempt to further administratively integrate settlements into Israel. We have made quite clear that settlements are counterproductive to peace, that the Government of Israel's settlement program is inconsistent with international law, and we will continue to make that clear.
Yeah, but yet the Israelis are never deterred by your position and so on. Could we expect some sort of leveraging some of
You know, I'm not going to speak to future actions that we may or may not take. I will just say we will continue to make the case to them that actions like these don't just harm the Palestinian people, but they ultimately are self-defeating. They ultimately hurt Israel's interests. They ultimately weaken Israel. They weaken Israel's security. And so that's the case that we will continue to make to them.
And finally, I promise this finally. Mr.
Don't
Netanyahu.
make promises you can't keep, Saeed.
Sorry, I have so many. Yesterday, the Prime Minister, the Israeli Prime Minister, basically rejected the whole Biden plan. And he said, okay, we want to exchange some of the hostages for few prisoners. And that's it. That's the end of it. So do you still think that the ball is in Hamas's court, not in Israel's court?
So I saw the comments the Prime Minister made yesterday, and then I saw the statement his office put out clarifying that they wanted to secure the release of all hostages. And then I saw the further statement the Prime Minister said today, where he made clear he supports the proposal that Israel put on the table and the President laid out. So I will just say, I think all of us that speak publicly at times make mistakes and misspeak, and when we do so, we have an obligation to come clarify, and we're glad he did.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. I have a couple of questions too. First, will the U.S. support Israel in case of a full-scale war breaks with Hezbollah?
So we don't want to see further escalation. We don't want to see a full-scale war with Hezbollah. We think there ought to be a diplomatic resolution to the conflict across the Israel-Lebanon border that is keeping tens of thousands of families on each side of the border from returning to their homes. And so what we will continue to press to the government of Israel is that we don't want to see further escalation. And actually, as I said earlier, achieving a ceasefire in Gaza will help achieve a diplomatic resolution in the
But in case the war breaks,
I'm not going to do it in
support
cases
Israel?
or ifs or hypotheticals or anything like that. I'm going to make clear what our policy is, and that our policy is we don't want to see further escalation.
Second, the Telegraph has reported that Hezbollah is storing a large quantity of Iranian weapons at the airport. Can you confirm this report?
So we've seen the report. We've seen the statement from the government of Lebanon that the report's not grounded in fact. We take these issues extremely seriously and monitor them very closely, but I can't give you a factual assessment from here.
The Lebanese authorities arranged a tour of the airport today. The U.S. ambassador didn't attend. Why?
We did not attend, but we are aware of the tour, and we're actively in touch with the Lebanese government about the issue, including the underlying question and claim that was put forward in that Telegraph article.
And finally, Omani foreign minister was in Iran today. Did he deliver any U.S. message to the Iranian regime?
No, he did not.
Thanks.
Just quickly going back to Prime Minister Netanyahu's statements on how quickly U.S. arms are flowing into Israel. Based on your ongoing engagements across levels of government with Israeli officials, can you say if you assess that that's a sentiment that's broadly held across the Israeli government?
So I really don't want to speak to diplomatic conversations, which ought to remain private, and certainly don't want to speak for the Israeli government. I'll just tell you that in some of our diplomatic conversations, including quite recently, we've pointed out to them specific shipments that we have made in recent weeks to continue to demonstrate our ongoing commitment to Israel's security, and that's not going to change.
And going off of the video that Saeed raised, the State Department said last month that although it's aware of many investigations that the Israeli government has launched, it's unaware of any conclusions of cases, any sentencing that's come down. Can you say if that's changed in the last couple weeks?
So we have seen, I think that was a reference in the NSM to criminal cases that the government of Israel was investigating. We have seen cases where the IDF has disciplined soldiers, including after the World Central Kitchen strike where they did. There have been others for actions in the West Bank where they have publicly announced that they've disciplined soldiers. As it pertains to any of the criminal investigations, I'm not aware of any update. I think those would be publicly announced, so we would all see them. But I can check and see whether there's anything we know that's not in the public sphere. Let me stay in the region before I come to you next. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. It's been reported that the political leadership of Hamas, Iraq and Iran, have decided that Hamas move its offices in Qatar to Iraq, to Baghdad. and that Iran is going to be providing the security and all of that. I was wondering if you're aware of this and what you think.
I saw the reports, and I don't want to speak to their validity, but we have made clear to every government in the region that there should be no more business as usual with Hamas after the horrific attacks of October 7th, and that applies to everyone.
Including Iraq? And
applies to everyone. Any more in the region? Yeah, go ahead. We'll do these, and then I'll
A UK-based research group concluded Israeli tank likely killed 6-year-old Palestinian child, Hind Rajab. Investigation revealed that Rajab's car was hit with 355 bullets, and it's not plausible that Israeli tank couldn't see children inside the car. Have you seen the reports, and do you have any updates on the investigation? It's been more than 4 months, and a lot of my colleagues have been asking about that.
Yeah, so we have seen the reports, and I will tell you what our latest interaction with the government of Israel is about this. So we went to the government of Israel and pressed them for information, and they told us that there were no IDF tanks operating in the area, no IDF forces operating in the area at the time of that attack, which I believe is something they've also said publicly. After further reporting, we went back to them and pressed them again. And so what they told us is that they went to the UN organizations, they went to the Palestinian Red Crescent, they asked for information, because you've seen all of those organizations quoted in stories. They asked for information that they could use to further an investigation, and no one provided them with any information. That's the latest that we have on the case.
So who shot the 355 tank bullets?
I'm not able to, look, I'm not on the ground. I can't offer any kind of assessment about this. That's why we've called for the government of Israel to conduct an investigation. I can't speak to what their internal processes look like. All I can tell you is what they've all I can tell you is what they've told us, and what they've said is they went to the UN and the Palestinian Red Crescent and asked them to supply information that would help them. And what they claim is that they were given none.
But it's not concluded yet, the investigation, or is it?
No, I would refer you to the government of Israel for that. I can only tell you what they have told us.
Okay, one last question. So the municipality of Gaza fixed the water pipes last week, but 2 days ago, Israeli forces dropped a bomb on the team who worked on restoring the water system, and the bomb killed Anwar al-Jindi, which is director of water and environment at Gaza municipality, and 4 other water technicians. I know you're going to tell me that maybe there were Hamas people next to them embedded, but isn't this excuse like, is it still valid after 8 months and like hundreds and hundreds of healthcare have died because of that?
So I can't tell you anything about this specific strike because I don't have any details about this specific strike. But as I said earlier, the underlying challenge of this war hasn't changed, and it's going to continue to be there as long as you have this difficult urban environment where Hamas does operate as human shields. And I don't think that's
How can we verify this?
Hold on, I don't think that's a controversial assessment. There have been reports going back before October 7th. We talked about them in this briefing. There was a report from the Washington Post several years ago about Hamas firing from mosques. We have seen our own intelligence information and released our own intelligence information about Hamas embedding under a hospital.
How can you verify in each one that Hamas was there if Israel is investigating this? How can we verify?
That is my point. I can't give you information about each strike. I can tell you that it is an underlying problem that this difficult terrain imposes. And so we see conflicting accounts all the time, and we don't have people on the ground to operate. Ultimately, it's why I get back to this. We have to reach a ceasefire, because as long as you have continued military operations and you have Hamas embedding itself in human shields, firing at soldiers, launching terrorist attacks, you're going to see tragic incidents of civilian casualties, and the ultimate conclusion to this is to reach a ceasefire that will end this suffering. Prem, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Firstly, just to follow up on this, is it really an independent investigation if the alleged culprits are the ones conducting the strike?
What I said, we thought it's appropriate for the government of Israel to investigate. They have said to us, and again, as I said, I'm not attesting to any of these facts. I can tell you that we intervened with them. They provide us answers. I'm providing them to you. And what they have said is they went to these agencies and asked for information, and it wasn't forthcoming.
Sure. So on that note, you said that they said the Red Crescent, the UN hasn't provided answers. Will you move to verify those claims?
It is not for us to do it. Look, I would hope that. Hold on. I would say I would hope that those agencies can come forward and provide information. It's easy to do so. If it is in fact, if in fact they have information, they should come forward and do it. And provide it, and we'll be happy to look at that.
Okay, and then nearly 70 Democrats are calling on the administration to open refugee status for Palestinians fleeing Gaza through the United States Refugee Admissions Program through the State Department. And so I'm wondering if you've seen this call and what the State Department is thinking in response to it.
I have seen the call, and we will respond to the.
And then finally, one more question. On a few weeks ago, the U.S. announced that the Azov Brigade passed Leahy Law considerations and will be allowed to receive military aid. A photo from December purports to show, and this was posted by Azov themselves in the Telegram, to show U.S. Special Operations Command Europe giving Azov training. So when exactly was the Leahy Law considerations made that Azov would be allowed?
So I know you asked about this once before, and I will be happy to come back and get you the full details on this. We can do it offline. My understanding is that the Azov Brigade is a different brigade than the one it was originally formed in 2014. But for any further details, I'm just not familiar with them myself, so I'm going to have to get back to you on them.
Okay.
So, yeah, let me go ahead. Janie, go ahead, and then we'll.
Thank you very much, Matt. I have a couple of questions. First question. The U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal proposed a bill to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, saying that all countries that have signed defense treaties with North Korea should be designated as state sponsors of terrorism. And Senator Rosa Wicker also mentioned the need to arm the Korean Peninsula with nuclear weapons and deploy nuclear weapons in the Asia-Pacific region in order to keep North Korea and China in check. What is the State Department position on this?
So I don't have a comment with respect to the second. With respect to the first, we continue to believe there are more effective ways to hold Russia accountable for its actions than designating them as a state sponsor of terrorism, which can have a number of downside effects. And so we continue to pursue those in terms of sanctioning Russian officials, sanctioning Russian companies, imposing export controls that weaken Russia's military machine, and we will continue to take those
one more quick follow-up. To evasion sanctions from the West and the United States, North Korea and Russia signed an agreement to pay for their transactions in Russian currency, ruble, or China's currency, yuan. What is the U.S.'s reaction to this, and does it also apply to UN sanctions?
So we have made quite clear that we are concerned about the increased cooperation between Russia and the DPRK, including actions by Russia that would violate multiple UN Security Council resolutions. And we'll continue to make that clear and continue to work with our allies in the region to respond.
Sorry,
yeah.
talk about state sponsor of terrorism, the designation downsides. What can you explain what those downsides are as it relates to actually North Korea and Cuba?
I can't speak to as it relates to North Korea and Cuba, but we've had this in the other context.
Okay, but there are downsides.
There are downsides that would
Russia,
limit the provision
to
of humanitarian aid and other.
How much humanitarian aid are you providing to Russia?
I don't believe the United States is providing any, but we've seen that it makes it difficult for relief workers and aid workers. And in some contexts, if there's a natural disaster, it can make it difficult for relief aid workers and aid workers to do their job. And so we have looked at the upsides and the downside, and ultimately think that when you look at the case of Russia, all the other consequences that we have imposed on Russia, making them a state sponsor of terrorism really doesn't get you much more, and it brings with it other downsides. And so when you look at the benefits versus the costs, that's what makes it difficult.
Plenty of people who can make the argument that you've also imposed just as many sanctions, if not more, on North Korea, Iran, and Cuba. And so what's the point of if there are downsides to the SSOT designation for Russia, why are there not the
we look at each country and make individual determinations, and with respect to Russia, that's
and then just one other one briefly, in a very early answer to the Middle East questions, you talked about Israel's qualitative military edge and how you're what's the U.S. belief? What country in the region does Israel not have a qualitative military edge over?
None, because of the continued support that we provide them.
Oh, but you say that if you didn't continue to give them weapons, they lose that edge?
Ultimately, they could, yes, which is why we continue to support them.
Okay, do they have a qualitative military edge over Hamas?
Of course they do. Yeah.
Would they without all the additional weapons that you're sending?
I'm not going to get into those kind of assessments up here, but
Well,
that's it. Hold on, Matt. When I listed the qualitative military edge, I was listing it in a range of things that we support. We support Israel's right to defeat Hamas, and there are munitions and equipment we give them for that fight. There are military capabilities we provide to them. When you look at the provision of airplanes and others that are important to maintaining their qualitative military edge against Iran, which continues to escalate and pursue more advanced technology.
Do they have military edge over Iran right now?
So we are committed to. I cannot give you that type of. I would defer to the Pentagon for that type of assessment. But my point is, this gets back to when we talk about the munitions that we provide to Israel. We provide them a host of capabilities. Some are for the conflict in Gaza, but oftentimes you see people writing stories about capabilities that we have provided Israel that have nothing to do with Gaza, but that have to do with our equipping them for the other security challenges they face, including the threat to Iran. And I was speaking to all of those. In those
okay. Would you accept? Do you accept that more Palestinian civilians have been killed in the Gaza war than Hamas militants?
I can't give you that type of assessment.
All right. Well, then how about answering this? Then does Israel have a qualitative military edge over the Palestinian people? Non-Hamas?
The Palestinian. When you look at qualitative military edge, you're looking at militaries, and there is no Palestinian military.
Okay.
Alex, go ahead.
Back to Russia. Does the Department have any response to Moscow's latest accusations as they summoned the U.S. ambassador today, saying that the U.S. is quote-unquote waging a hybrid war and is part of the war?
So I've seen the comments from the government of Moscow. I think they pertain to the reported strike in Crimea. I will just tell you what the ambassador said when she met with the Russian Foreign Ministry, and that is, of course, that we lament any civilian loss of life in this war. We provide weapons to Ukraine so it can defend its sovereign territory against armed aggression. That includes in Crimea, which, of course, is part of Ukraine. And Russia could stop this war today and end the suffering caused by the war Russia launched today if it would stop its occupation of sovereign Ukrainian territory and stop launching attacks on civilians.
Thank you. They also tried to blame Ukraine for Dagestan attack. How much do you know about what happened and what's your reaction?
I don't have any assessment of the underlying attack, including who was responsible for it, but I will say you have seen Russia make ridiculous claims about responsibility in the past. You might recall that after the terrorist attack in Moscow in March, they blamed the United States, despite the fact that the United States had warned them about the attack in advance. So it's not unusual for the government of Moscow to make ridiculous, hyperbolic claims about responsibility that aren't borne out by fact.
And a final topic from me on the Secretary's recent call to Aliyev. What triggered the call? Is there any hope that Secretary was hoping to hear something new about the peace process?
So I'm not going to get into the private diplomatic conversations, but as we said in the readout that we put out, we continue to support engagement between Azerbaijan and Armenia and continue to work to try to resolve that dispute.
In the readout, the Secretary also
I think you said that was the last one out.
Just last topic, yeah. The Secretary also in the readout said that.
Only because we are over we're at an hour now. So let me actually go on because I do need to get some more people.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
3 Iranian-backed militia in Iraq, part of the so-called axis of resistance, have said they will fight alongside Hezbollah if there is war between Israel and Hezbollah. What is your comment and your position?
First of all, terrorist organizations should stop making threats against sovereign countries, and that includes terrorist organizations operating in Iran, as does Hezbollah. It does go to the point that we have been trying to make, which is we don't want to see any escalation of this conflict. We think a ceasefire would help us resolve the situation in the north. But of course, terrorist organizations should stop making these threats, and they should be held responsible for their actions. We go to someone I haven't got. Go ahead, in the back. No.
Thanks, Matt. I want to follow up on your answer to Michelle regarding Lebanon. You are saying that you're seeking a diplomatic solution for what's happening on the northern borders, but you are talking to the Israeli government. Who are you talking to in Lebanon?
So we've talked to various parties in Lebanon, including members of the government. You've seen the President's Special Envoy, Amos Hochstein, travel to Lebanon and meet with the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament. We continue to engage with other figures in Lebanon about the need to get a diplomatic resolution.
So are the Lebanese politicians now the mediators between you and Hezbollah?
So I'm just not going to speak to that in detail, other than that we want to achieve a diplomatic resolution, and so you have to talk to parties in the region that can help you reach such a resolution. That's what diplomacy is all about, but with respect to specifics, I don't think I want to characterize it any further.
Okay, one more question on Yemen. Yesterday, the CENTCOM spokesperson in an interview with on 60 Minutes, he said there are IRGC officers in Yemen training the Houthis, while the Houthis now attacking the US Navy and all these commercial ships in the Red Sea. Do you still consider that Iran is not directly involved in this conflict in the region?
So we have always made clear that Iran is responsible for the actions by the Houthis, because Iran has continued to arm the Houthis and continued to support the Houthis' acts of terrorism. So whether you can show direct engagement with any one attack is a different thing, but we do hold Iran responsible for its support for terrorism, including the Houthis, including Hezbollah, including Hamas, and the actions that those terrorist groups take. And that's why you continue to see us take action, not just against the terrorist groups, but also against Iran for their malign activities. Let me do one more and then we'll finish for today. Two more and then we'll finish today.
Thank you, Matt. Two quick questions. China issued new judicial guideline on Friday that include the death penalty, those supporting Taiwan's independence. Taiwan president said China has no right to punish and democracy is not a crime. So what is your stance?
So we strongly condemn the escalatory and destabilizing language and actions from PRC officials. We continue to urge restraint and no unilateral change to the status quo. And we urge the PRC to engage in meaningful dialogue with Taiwan. Threats and legal warfare will not achieve peaceful resolution to cross-strait differences.
Recently, the Bangladesh Police Service Association issued a threatening statement aimed at media outlets reporting on police corruption. This is minimal compared to the widespread corruption involving top regime personnel, which the control media often ignores. A leading English daily newspaper editor publicly said that they cannot publish known corruption stories. As you know, Bangladesh ranks 165 out of the 180 countries according to International Press Freedom Index. What action will United States take to address these threats against press freedom and combat corruption?
So we strongly support the role of a free and independent media in maintaining effective democratic institutions and promoting government transparency. We object to any efforts to harass or intimidate journalists to prevent them from conducting their important work. Go ahead.
So Poland's President Duda met with President Xi today in Beijing, signed a series of commercial agreements. I wonder if was there any coordination of messaging ahead of this visit? And apparently she said that China wants peace in Ukraine. Do you have any comments on that?
So I don't want to speak to this visit in particular, but obviously we have been engaged with our NATO allies about China's support for Russia's war in Ukraine by rebuilding Russia's defense industrial base, and we have heard a great deal of concern from our NATO allies about that, and have heard consistently from our NATO allies that they plan to raise that issue with China and make clear how unacceptable it is that China continues to fuel the largest threat to European security since the World War II. One more and then we'll wrap.
Yeah, thank you so much. About this is me?
It was you until somebody interrupted, which I would ask you again not to do. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. It's about India, Bangladesh renewed commitment to free, inclusive Indo-Pacific region. The joint statement issued after the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina during her state visit to India, reaffirming both countries' commitment to a free, open, inclusive, secure, and rules-based Indo-Pacific region, recognizing their partnership contribution to regional peace, security, and stability. Does this commitment mirror U.S. interest in promoting a similar vision for the Indo-Pacific region?
So I don't want to speak to that specific commitment because I haven't read the statement or engaged with my colleagues here, but obviously we do support peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. That has been a hallmark of our engagement in that region. With that, I'm going to wrap for today because we are well over an hour. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Ask me a question. Come on, one Big Mac.
en cosas simbólicas, sino también en nuestra gastronomía.
Y en cada región tiene una forma distinta de preparación también, y no todas son iguales, no todas saben igual.
Por ejemplo, les contábamos, ¿no?, que cuando empiecen a sonar los pututus, y a empezar la ceremonia.
Exacto, y hablando de chicha voy a hacer una mención. Y les recuerdo que hace 500 años los más bravos del Perú crearon una ceremonia única que se sigue celebrando por los más bravos de hoy. Por eso este 24 de junio celebramos el Inti Raymi con unas 3 cruces y festejamos las tradiciones que nos llenan de orgullo. 3 cruces, patrocinador de los más bravos.
Atento país, atento mundo, atento también nuestros followers en redes sociales, porque ya estamos en plena cuenta regresiva para el inicio de este cuarto acto importante del Inti Raymi, aquí en Sacsayhuamán. Sonaron los tambores, sonaron los pututus, aparece el séquito de los incas y sus más fieles seguidores.
Se ve movimiento ya en las murallas de Sacsayhuamán, unas murallas que quienes quizás todavía no han visitado este importante lugar tienen forma de rayo, son como unos rayos que hubieran caído sobre la tierra y esa es la forma justamente que tiene este gran sitio ceremonial llamado Sacsayhuamán en las alturas del Cusco. Se puede venir caminando, ojo, no estamos en un lugar muy alejado de la ciudad, la mayoría de gente sube una caminata de solo unos minutos hasta estas alturas.
Así es, antes que empiece la ceremonia, que hoy eclipsa Cusco, déjenme decirle, Jai Cusco, ama tu pasado, vive tu presente y forja tu futuro. En Caja Cusco celebramos las fiestas del Cusco y juntos seguimos tejiendo historias de éxito. Recuerda que con tus créditos y ahorros participas del sorteo de 5 autos. Más información en www.cmacusco.com.pe.
Rápidamente hay que darle cuenta a todo el público lo que vamos a apreciar en los próximos minutos. Esta celebración en Sacsayhuamán incluye música, danzas, cantos en vivo, los rituales que son realizados por sacerdotes, por las autoridades del Imperio Incaico y que hoy en día son recreados por actores. Estamos hablando de más de 800 quienes se han venido preparando durante meses para hacer de esta fiesta una experiencia única y verdaderamente inolvidable.
Exactamente, y viene gente de los 4 suyos. Y podríamos decir que de los 4 suyos también somos nosotros, son los turistas que vienen de todas partes del mundo y obviamente también los que están en esta representación. Por ejemplo, en este momento ha entrado el Sinchi, que es uno de los generales más importantes que había en esa época en el Imperio Incaico. Han entrado, digamos, mandos militares que están rodeando el Ushnu, el lugar de la ceremonia principal, y está dando el saludo a todos los turistas que están presentes aquí y las tribunas ya empiezan a calentarse y emocionarse porque esta es la celebración al sol, el Inti Raymi.
Justamente, compañeros, para enriquecer esta transmisión estamos en compañía de diversos especialistas. Presentamos a Jaime Salazar, él es gestor cultural. Jaime, te damos la bienvenida. Bueno, ya se está dando inicio a esta ceremonia en Sacsayhuamán.
Buenas tardes. Hayi Cosco. Esta es una festividad, un festival extremadamente importante en todo el Tahuantinsuyo, sobre una divinidad prehispánica, precolombina y podríamos decir continental, el Taita Inti, el Padre Sol.
Has dicho continental, Jaime, sí, porque esta misma ceremonia se ha estado celebrando en otros lugares del continente, ¿no es así? Por ejemplo, yo sé que en Ecuador lo hacen con mucha emoción. Escuchemos ahora acá al Sinchi.
Que acaba de decirle al pueblo el Sinchi.
El Sinchi, Hayi Cosco, bueno, él felicita y da la honra al sol, la reverencia al sol, y nos llama a rendirle culto al sol y a la vida.
Acá vemos entonces que hay soldados de la Guardia Imperial dispuestos en puntos estratégicos, puerta de ingreso, 4 ángulos de la explanada y también alrededor del Ushnu, donde podría ponerse algunas huifalas. ¿A qué se refiere con huifalas, Jaime?
Huipala se cree que es bandera en la lengua aymara inclusive, que precede a la lengua o al imperio inca. el
Y
imperio
vemos
aymara.
ahora una ave en lo más alto de Sacsayhuamán. ¿Hay una relación del nombre con la ave del templo?
Definitivamente, porque los complejos inca tienen nombres de ave. Tenemos Pesaj, tenemos Quito, tenemos Machu Picchu, según Holguín, es pajarito viejo. Tenemos Ullanta, que es también ave. Y por supuesto, Sacsayhuamán. Sacsayhuamán, que dicen los quechuistas primeros, es el halcón moteado.
Y estábamos viendo precisamente en escenas un alcohol en este ritual previo del Sinchi, la antesala de la llegada del Inca.
Sí, exactamente. Entonces, la reverencia que le tenían a la hermosura, digamos la estética del Inca, la hermosura de las aves, los colores de las aves, les impresionaba demasiado, que los nombres de los complejos, como les digo, eran nombres de ave en mayoría, y también los propios incas tenían nombres de ave.
Jaime, háblanos también de la importancia religiosa que tiene este espacio como el Sacsayhuamán.
Bien, en principio hay que entender la etimología de Inti Huatana. Inti es el sol, totalmente quechua. Se comprueba el nombre quechua porque existe el nombre o el verbo intui. Intui es circundar, rodear, y de ahí deriva Inti. Bien, luego Huatana, el sustantivo Huata significa año. Año, y el verbo Huatay es cumplir un ciclo anual. Intihuatana se debe entender como el punto donde el sol cumple su ciclo anual. Y luego este término se extiende para significar observatorio. Y como dicen los cronistas primeros, nuestros antepasados eran realmente muy aficionados a la astronomía y profesionales, camayo en la astronomía, y se la pasaban observando los cielos, y en base a esto es que corría el
calendario, ¿no?
Sí, es decir, su vida estaba fundamentada en los astros.
Claro, ellos sabían de esta manera cuando iniciaba la temporada seca, la temporada lluviosa, información fundamental para la cosecha.
Todos lo sabían porque ya lo habían asociado. Tenemos a Sarmiento de Gamboa, que es crítico de los incas, pero le sale lo que era, vio lo que era y dijo: esta gente ha dividido el año en 4 puntos estratégicos y de ellos ha hecho fiesta. Y precisamente son los 4 puntos donde comienza cada estación. Al Inti Raymi le llama le llaman el solsticio de invierno, comienza el 21 de junio y es, según algunos, antes, cuando el sol se está alejando, pero según otros, cuando el sol se está acercando. Por eso es que el día central es el 24, cuando los camayos ya observaron que el sol se está acercando y celebran su venida. Celebran su venida, no celebran su ida, sino su venida. Durante 15 días, dicen algunos, y un mes otros.
Jaime, aprovechando tu conocimientos, ahora que estamos viendo que cada vez ingresan más personajes, más danzantes a Sacsayhuamán, ¿nos podrías adelantar para el público que está en sus casas o siguiéndonos en las redes sociales qué nos espera en las siguientes horas? ¿Cuál es la esencia de la festividad aquí en Sacsayhuamán?
Bien, la esencia realmente, es el sol fundamentalmente, y todo el Tahuantinsuyo viene a saludar al sol, con sus fiestas, con sus trajes representativos de cada región. Dicen los cronistas:
Sinchichasqa Tahuantinsuyo, Auqa Wayakuna, Haykumunchis, Uskaya.
Jaime, el Sinchi dijo unas palabras.
Sí.
Y esta ceremonia versa sobre Pachacute, que el primero de los incas en instituir el Inti Raymi. ¿Qué dijo el Sinchi?
Se le atribuye a Pachacute, ¿no?, la institución del Inti Raymi. pero es más probable que haya sido muchísimo antes, porque al sol se le adoraba desde que los pre-incas conocían los movimientos de los astros.
Oh, excelente dato, excelente dato. Entonces, esta festividad, quizás con otros nombres, era una cultura también pre-inca.
Lógico, porque ya había astrónomos mucho antes. Tenemos los Tiahuanaco, y también tenemos, por supuesto, los Huari y otras civilizaciones pre-inca.
Jaime, sobre este conocimiento que tenían las culturas pre-incas de la astronomía, hay una versión que dice que este Sacsayhuamán es un gran reloj. ¿Tú le das sustento a estas versiones?
Bueno, había un gran reloj en la cima del Sacsayhuamán, que es el Intihuatana. Y como dije, el Intihuatana no solo es un reloj solar, sino su etimología dice es el punto donde el sol cumple su ciclo anual. Y luego se toma el nombre para referirse a cualquier observatorio, porque observaban los cielos nuestros antepasados, no solo inca, sino pre-inca también.
Recordamos a todo el público que estamos viendo imágenes a través de la señal de TV Perú, la señal que nos une, y también a través de nuestras redes sociales. Estamos transmitiendo en directo por Facebook, YouTube, y también puede seguir todas las incidencias, el detrás de cámara, a través de nuestra cuenta oficial en TikTok y también la red social X. ¿En qué momento, Jaime, va a hacer su aparición el Inca?
Bien, vamos a ver, en cualquier momento va a surgir. No sé con precisión en qué momento va
Pero yo les puedo ayudar y les puedo contar un poco lo que dijo el Sinchi hace un ratito dirigiéndose a todos los presentes. Y les dijo esto: pueblo del Cusco, ya nuestro señor, el invencible Pachacútec, está por llegar a la plaza sagrada para dirigir la ceremonia donde nuestro Padre Sol nos mostrará su divina voluntad. No se impacienten. Dicen que las primeras manifestaciones de nuestros dioses han sido auspiciosas. Ahí está justamente el Sinchi.
En esta vista panorámica que tenemos podemos ver al fondo este establo que ha sido armado justamente donde se encuentra la llama, este unido para finalmente formar parte de este sacrificio.
Exacto.
Y acá vemos que ingresan partes del ejército. Nuestros bravos guerreros vienen presurosos de todas las regiones para celebrar aquí en el Cusco. Nuevamente otros líderes de otras culturas subyugadas por los incas venían a esta festividad, porque hay que recordar que el Inti Raymi tenía fines religiosos, políticos y sociales. ¿Cuál podría ser el fin político de esta festividad, Jaime?
Congregar a todo el Tahuantinsuyo, porque el Inca donde iba respetaba las divinidades de los pueblos a los cuales se aliaba primero y luego los conquistaba si es que se resistían, y les pedía que tuvieran como a su divinidad máxima al Taitainti, al sol. Y muchos pueblos ya lo hacían, ya adoraban al sol.
Esta ceremonia reforzaba la postura del Inca y del Tahuantinsuyo frente a los pueblos subyugados en todo caso.
Exactamente.
¿Y el fin religioso?
El fin religioso. Tenemos el Coricancha para hablar de la religión, del fin religioso. Allí es que el Inca, no digamos como algunos autores dicen, secuestraba a las divinidades de los pueblos que conquistaba, sino daba honras a las divinidades de los pueblos, llevándose una figura representativa de sus divinidades para comprometerlos religiosa y políticamente y ser parte del Tahuantinsuyo más fuerte.
Entonces, entiendo que llevaban a las deidades de las culturas subyugadas al templo más importante de los incas como un reconocimiento, que tengan este honor de compartir el privilegio.
Exactamente,
excelente.
Aunque, claro.
Mana hoy han dicho, ¡Hocal bajo los Hatsukasanchi! Chayna Gachtenka, alguien causa y con canchisua, Haye Inca Pachacute, Haye Tawanti Suyo, Haye Hato Cosconacta, Kaitan Uyar Hamanto, Nyasin Kapachacute, Kaglia Pampama, hay comunan en casa. Yupa Chayawaya Chaski Yusuchis, Ichaja, no Kakikicha, Napaika Musa.
Sinchi, jefe máximo del ejército imperial, acaba de anunciar que el soberano está para ingresar a esta gran explanada.
Sinchi, the High General of a whole huge Inca army, is just announcing the arriving
El
of
Sinchi
the
acaba de
Inca
comunicarle
Pachacute to this
a
huge
todos los asistentes
explanade.
que el Inca ya está por ingresar a la plaza y que lo van a recibir con veneración y que de inmediato va a acudir a saludarlo. Estamos viendo en vivo y en directo la transmisión de este tercer acto, la ceremonia del Inti Raymi en la explanada del Sacsayhuamán. Queremos aprovechar en enviar saludos a todos los que nos están viendo desde diversas ciudades del país y también en el mundo. Nos indican Sandra Quispe Guamán, un saludo para todos mis hermanos peruanos, felicidades. También J. Anthony Gutiérrez desde Wisconsin, Estados Unidos, saludos a la familia Gutiérrez Marapi. También Rosaura Quintana desde Venezuela, qué hermoso, es lo que indica a través de la señal de TV Perú. Rosarito Ospina González, saludos desde Colombia. También nos envían saludos desde Canadá, Diana Carolina Espinosa Ricapa, y desde Venezuela, Moravia Ontiveros, viendo uno de mis grandes sueños. Pronto, sé que voy a estar allá compartiendo estos momentos hermosos. Algunos de los mensajes de hermanos peruanos y también turistas extranjeros.
Eso es lo bueno de estar interconectado, no solo a través de la señal del canal, sino también de las redes sociales, lo que hace que la cobertura de TV Perú llegue exactamente a donde queríamos, a todo el mundo. Les recordamos que estamos hoy, 24 de junio, en la celebración del Inti Raymi. ¿Y dónde? En el Parque Arqueológico de Sacsayhuamán, uno de los espacios históricos culturales más importantes del Perú y de América, que fue declarado Patrimonio Cultural de la Nación en el año 2006 y que cuenta acá y en sus cercanías con 96 sitios arqueológicos, un lugar, Sacsayhuamán, de visita obligada.
bien, amigos de TV Perú y del mundo, estamos viendo esta secuencia de imágenes espectaculares donde tratamos de transmitir y llevarles la autenticidad de esta ceremonia, la fiesta del sol, conocida como Inti Raymi.
Para contarles que no solamente están viendo la fiesta del Inti Raymi aquí en el Perú, sino también en el mundo. Nos están viendo de Estados Unidos a través de Canal Sur, a través de los miembros de la red de televisión de América Latina, Red Tal, a toda la región de América Latina, todo Europa a través de Euronews, además de agencias internacionales como Reuters y AP.
Se encuentran emplazados aquí en el Chuquipampa los ejércitos del Inca, las embajadas de los suyos que traen sus danzas, y también han hecho su ingreso las escogidas, las sabias, las sacerdotisas dedicadas al culto. Están aquí ya las vírgenes del sol y se apresta a ingresar, y ya está para descender de su litera la esposa del Inca, llamada Joya.
Here at the Esplanade, already a whole different embassies from all over the empire. Agias, the concubines of the emperor. The different priests from all over the empire already here. They are already waiting. This descendant of Nicosia, the wife of the emperor.
aquí en Sacsayhuamán, en la ceremonia en honor al dios Sol, y el Inca ha bajado del anta en el que lo trajeron cargado y está andando ya por por este lugar tan especial, y las águilas continúan con los cantos ceremoniales, recibiendo al Inca y recibiendo al Sol.